All right, we're back. Sorry about that. I clicked something in OBS and then OBS crashed immediately because I tried to reload a separate scene collection because I was in the wrong one. So now all of my hotkeys should work, which means we can turn on the Gamba. All right, welcome in. Promise we'll be sculpting soon. Sorry about that. That was my fault. Honestly, I didn't think it would crash immediately. I thought it would just switch the scenes, and it was like, nope, completely crash everything, just OBS gone. It just evaporated. So computer's okay. It wasn't the computer that crashed. All right, we don't put Peach in the game because she's a cheater. How did it make me feel? It made me feel free. I can crash my computer whenever I want now. Crash OBS whenever I want. It made me feel good that it wasn't my computer that crashed, actually. All right, let's get this pirate game going. Yeah, they're all dressed like pirates. Yo, I love Mario Party 2. The costumes make this game. They absolutely make it. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute for just a second. All right, we back. Let's gamba. Yo, it's Gaz Minis. Back from the 3-day ban.
When you're banned, can you not even watch other people? Like, you can't even log into...
You're logged out of your account when you're banned. So Gaz there had to re-log into everything that's ever been logged into with his Twitch account. Which is almost punishment enough, honestly. Just having to re-log into everything is almost punishment enough. Yeah, all your VODs get unpublished, so you have to republish them. I didn't even do that. I just said fuck it. They scorched earth me. And I didn't want to put I didn't want to put the VOD back up because I wasn't sure. Yo, fucking Wario getting a star right out of the gate. Big boy gaming right now. I didn't I didn't want to upload my VODs because I was like, well, isn't the VOD, if I turn the VOD back on, then technically the video of what caused me to get banned will be available again. So I just left them all down. All right, let's poke around on our gal here. I think what I'd like to do now, Luigi's computer. they're all going to be computers. They all start as non-computer, or player one always starts as not a computer, and then I switch it over. Yeah, totally understandable, Gaz. All right. I want to redo her face. So, let me... So the thing is I didn't transfer any of my data from my... I didn't transfer any of my data from my old drive to my new drive. So now I have to navigate into my old drive. So tomorrow I'm going to do a lot of shuffling of all my files. I have to do a lot of file work. I also have to do a lot of technical stuff and legal stuff. Lots of paperwork. But tomorrow things should run much smoother. Tonight's sort of the test run to make sure that the actual like everything works as expected. So if you guys cash in a reward, or you do something and you don't get the intended response, definitely let me know and I will take a look at what's happening. But I did go through and I did double check absolutely everything. All right, let me get this over here. Put this in there. We'll zoom in. All right. Suggestion for inspiration? That's okay. I'm working on my own character, so I kind of just want to let this be my own thing. I have a few references that I'm using for different components, but in terms of design, I try not to look at a bunch of other people's work unless I feel like I need to. It's too easy to infect your own ideas. So I think what I'm going to do is so there's a few things I want to do based on my original concept. I'm going to have to change the shape of her eyes. She looks cuter somehow without the eyelashes, which is fine. But I want to change the shape of the eyes. And I want to change the proportions of her face a little bit. Gaz is back. What happened? Gaz got 3 days. He got 3 days for having good taste, basically. All right, let's move this. Zed, what's up? It's hard for you to find ideas. Do you have any tips? I mean, it's kind of vague. What do you mean? Find ideas, like concepts to work from? Good night, Kato. Sleep well, sleep well. I mean, if you're looking for concepts, a lot of the concepts I've found that I've worked from in the past, I found them on either Instagram or I found them on ArtStation. Yo, Demi, what's up? Flawed, welcome in, welcome. Yo, thank you, Demi, for that resub. Much appreciated. 3 months. 3 months already. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, time flies. I'm a free man at the moment. I am sculpting Dear Lady. I am. It's an old OC of mine that I've decided to finally do justice. So we're in the lab, bringing her to life. I want to give her like these. First, we're going to do a little slash here. I look on other websites. I'm kind of at the point where I just follow people that I like on Twitter. I check out ArtStation and I look at anything cool there. I just always keep my eye open, but a lot of what I work on for me is an exercise in just anatomy as well as translating that anatomy and teaching myself to design my own stuff. That's the important part for me. I want her eyebrow up here. I want this. I want this. I want these edges. That to go in. I think I want her cheekbones over here. Pinterest can be pretty cool. Yeah. Pinterest is pretty well flooded with AI now, I've noticed. So it can be hard to find something. I personally, like if you find a cool concept in AI and you want to make it, I don't really care. But I'm just pointing it out. Yeah. It is pretty well flooded. Yeah, flawed sounds good. Lurkers always welcome. Hope you feel better though. Yeah, the Pinterest search has always been like its best feature. The ability to kind of just navigate you around using almost like a find similar kind of search. I can always tell what Mrs. Merc has been looking at, what her latest inspiration diving has been, because she'll go to Pinterest to show me something, and her main page will be covered with one specific kind of thing, and it's like, I'm seeing the latest vibe. Too much cheekbone. Yeah, reference boards. It's great for that. I've been actually using, because I'm I've been burned by saving things on the internet in the past. So I tend to use I use PureRef, and I save a lot of stuff to hard drive now because I just don't want to risk not being able to see or access something. PureRef is the GOAT. Absolutely. I love the new beta version as well. The new features they've added, like the ability to draw on things. It's awesome. They know what's up. Then you can group things properly now in 2.0. 2.0 is awesome. And you can like move groups with entire objects in them, and you can add like titles and notes. And you can, the GIFs. GIFs work, and you can page through them frame by frame. Yeah, Bear, check out the beta 2.0. It's fantastic. I have been working on my what I can only describe as the great reference board. I've been working on a large anatomy reference board for my class that I'll be running later this year. It's the king. The king is here. Yeah, it's not commercially free, which kind of makes sense. A lot of people use their stuff in different capacities. The PureRef team deserves to be supported. I think I've donated 2 or 3 times because they're worth it. Yeah, Niche, for for chaos points. If anyone donates or supports to the stream, that's a way to earn like chaos points. It's like kind of like me giving back to the supporters. So I have it set up so they automatically earn them. So if someone gifts a sub or something, they get a point, and then they can kind of goof around on stream with them. The official 2.0 just released. Oh, shit. I'll always remember you too. PureRef 1.0. Rest in peace. Yes, I use Affinity Designer, Photo, and Publisher because I don't use Adobe stuff because Adobe's evil. Affinity's awesome though. I love Affinity. You can do much of the same work with the same workflow. Same, Leon. Based. Marmoset. I'm fucking blown away. No one knows that Marmoset does the exact same thing that Substance Painter does. It does dynamic procedural texturing. And it has a library of hundreds of materials for free that you can just plug in and edit. And Marmoset's also the best map baker in the industry right now. Yeah, Adobe did kind of have their moment. Their Unity moment. They do something super cringe. Yeah, for their disgusting practices. Yeah, I mean, they kind of asked for it. I'm unfamiliar with UCU Paint. Yeah, I saw the Photoshop meme you posted, the alternatives. Everyone's heard me rant about why I don't think you should even crack Photoshop or borrow it, as they often say. But, you know, everyone do what you gotta do. A Blender add-on. Yeah. One of my things is to learn Blender. I'll be learning Blender soon. I might get a license for Maya. I hate to support Autodesk. I might get a license to support Maya just so I can have access to stuff for my own working needs. But I do want to learn Blender. The only reason is if I do any work in Blender, dude, I'm gonna be slow. I'm gonna be really slow for like the first few months. So but I'm game to learn. I'm ready to learn Blender. I've already admitted that I'm gonna commit to it. Yeah. A bigger, better Merc than ever before. I like Blender. I've actually used it. I have notes in my notebook right next to me about all my Blender hotkeys. Let me dig them up real fast. I'll blow your mind with my hotkeys right now. Check it out. What is it? Control Tab will toggle pose mode and mode pie. Tab will toggle edit mode. What is it? Alt A will apply transforms. L will select linked. A will select all. I'm basically a Blender master. Except I have to write all my hotkeys down in a book and look them up. He's the Blender man. Yeah, I mean, if I get in the Discord and there's a room for me to ask stupid Blender questions or someone I can ask stupid Blender questions to, I'm happy to. I'm happy to learn Blender, though. I'm going to duplicate this eye real fast. Every room is the room for that. Hell yeah. I'm ready to learn, though, honestly. I am. If I can avoid giving Adobe, or not Adobe, if I can avoid giving Autodesk any of my money, I'm on it. The Merc Blender montage. Hell yeah. I haven't learned a 3D program in a while, so I'm ready. I'm ready, though. That'll be probably something I dedicate myself to. I got a couple things to learn. I might as well just fit Blender into my learning schedule. So I want our eyes to be big and round. You change the hotkeys. That's what I did in the past. I did the same thing. I changed all my hotkeys to Maya hotkeys. But that I don't actually want to do that though. Because then you can't talk to anyone about the program. Because none of your actions or your hotkeys line up with anything. So like I have a friend who has a plugin for ZBrush that makes ZBrush operate like Maya. And I can't understand why he does it. He works at Blizzard too. And I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like just learn the navigation. Why would you now you have to hack the program every time you wanna use it? And I will also die on that hill that ZBrush's user interface is fine the way it is. People lose their shit and they're like, it's so insane and stupid. And it's like, no, it's not. Same, Bear. Same. Krita, I don't vibe with it. I don't vibe with it. Something about it just doesn't work for me. I'm an Affinity guy, or I use Photopia on the web if I want to do something that, the only thing that Affinity doesn't do is filter waves. It doesn't do a proper waves filter like Photoshop does. Using Krita right now. Damn, we got served. My thing is I really like to create custom menus, so I was actually a little bummed to learn that you can't make custom pie menus in Blender. But I'll find my way around. I'm ready to learn, honestly. Wait, what is Q menu? Hold up. My life is changing. Yeah, Python. Quick faves. I'll be honest. As a programmer, I hate Python. Uh, unless I'm mistaken, let me look it up. I don't want to say anything stupid. Yeah, okay. I knew what the fuck I was talking about this one time. Python is a white space language. And I think white space language blocking is the worst fucking thing you can possibly do in a programming language. I'm about to have a real programmer moment and say some real programmer shit. But setting up your language to operate on white space definitions is cringe, bro. It's so cringe. It's such a bad way to define a language. I can't believe that that's how it works. I hate it. I'm a C# man all the way. Even C++ is better. I don't love C++, but it's definitely workable. It's the mother language for a lot of reasons. The programming lingua franca, if you will. Okay. This eye is looking... She's looking mean, but she's looking better. You just right-click on something and put it in quick faves, then Q brings up a list. Okay, I'm going to have to remember that. Right, but isn't Godot's script... It's not white space based, though. That's the thing that gets me. I'm pretty sure Godot has, like, actual line terminators, like the semicolon. Am I wrong? I haven't used Godot strip in a while, but I'm almost 100% sure it's not white space based. Yo, I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to submit to mastery and learn from the great holy bears of the past. I'm ready. If it saves me money and I don't have to give my money to a company like Autodesk, I'm in. I'm in. And I know Bata can do some really killer rigs in Blender. And I have a character that I'm cooking up that needs to be rigged and animated. And Mrs. Merc is ready to do some animations too. As soon as we free her from her current job, she'll be able to help me work on some characters and some animations and all that good shit. Self-taught. Hey, as long as you can look, there's stuff in Maya that I don't even understand. I know the most about ZBrush in terms of programs. ZBrush is my bread and butter. This is the program that I excel the most in. Obviously, I spend the most time in this program, so yeah, that kind of makes sense. Okay, Phil. Wait. Hero can, huh? Yeah, maybe do a little Google search on your own time. Yeah, we can't post any link at the moment, but yeah, once I'm working with Bear and the others, I'll be doing some work for it on stream as much as I can without getting absolutely blasted. Don't worry, all will become clear. All will become clear soon. Dad joke time. What's the best thing about elevator jokes? They work on so many levels. Not bad. Not your best one. Not bad, though. All right. She's looking cute. We got her looking cute so far. Understandable, flawed. ZBrush, in terms of art, it's free for me. I bought a perpetual license years ago, so I don't actually have to pay for ZBrush, and I never will. Well, I'll never pay for it again, which they would love to have me do. Yeah, I would recommend if you're looking for a free sculpting program, I would dip into Blender. I have used the sculpting in Blender, and I will admit it's good for a free application. The sculpting in Blender is very impressive. But as someone who's used ZBrush for almost 2 decades now, or like, oh my gosh, yeah, for almost 20 years, it's very solid. But as a ZBrush user, ZBrush does so much more than Blender. Because, Blender has to fit ZBrush style sculpting concepts into a pre-existing interface, and ZBrush doesn't have to deal with that. ZBrush can kind of do whatever it wants. But I have absolutely seen people destroy stuff in Blender. I think Blender's a perfectly fine application for sculpting. Actually, wrong one. Yeah, exactly, Bear. It's missing that polish, and it also has some features in it that just are not as optimized. Like I tried to clip a mesh with the blending, where you do this kind of stuff, or in Blender I tried to do this, where you cut a mesh down flat, and it took forever to process. It took like 12 seconds, and I was like, nope. I can't wait 12. I ain't got 12 seconds. But again, I openly admit that what Blender has done for sculpting is phenomenal. in terms of turning their app into a full-fledged sculpting app that is completely usable. One of my best students when I was teaching, when he got into my class, he said, "Can I use Blender?" And I said, "Look, I teach concepts, not software. So yes, if you'd like to use it, that's fine, but I can't help you. Like, if you have an issue with the software, I can't help you. But I'm more than accepting if that's the software choice you choose to use." And he was good. He was good. So I'm in full support of Blender. Straight line clip is instant, but others are slow. Ah, man, see, that's the thing. I can't wait for stuff like that. I need that instant response, or I start to feel like, I don't know, like I'm losing my mind. It'll get there, though. I have no doubt. Yeah, I do love that Blender is a kind of a catch-all application for so many things. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oh yeah, she definitely means business. Yeah, the whole deep lore for her is that she comes from a race that is basically like elves. They're basically elves in the world that I have, and yeah. All right, Demi. Enjoy the focus. I'll catch you later. Thanks for stopping in, as always. And of course, thanks for your sub. Much appreciated. But yeah, she's basically a kind of a stand-in for elves in this world. And she got sick and tired of all the war going on, so she joined the war effort. So the hunted has become the hunter. I think I need to bring her eyes down a smidge, like that. What's up, that guy there? Yeah, it's kind of like that, right? Like your whole life goes to shit because of some war, and it's like, well, I can either sit around and wait for someone else to solve the problem, or I can get my hands dirty and solve it myself. And so that's kind of her deal, is that she's willing to just she's willing to do the work, right? So that's why she's, lore-wise, she's considered a mercenary. All right, I'm going to do the lower and the higher. We're going to work on some eyelashes, some cute eyelashes. What's up, B17? Thank you, thank you. Yeah. She Elven-esque. How do I want to do this? I think I want to do this. Like that. Unmasked. Delete. Welcome in. Welcome in that guy there in B17. Welcome in. Yeah, the man, it's so crazy how quickly eyelashes can bring something together. I think she really needs a color read. The black and white is kind of fading into the gray of the background. I think we need to put some color on her just to give the read. Never. Never red wax. One segment in there. Hit apply. Hue mesh. Sad red wax noises. I wonder. I wonder if I could make a really obscure hotkey for a material. I've actually never tried to hotkey a material before. We'd have to open the materials section. Ugh, I can see the red wax from here and it's disgusting. Ugh. You can make a hotkey for it. You can. You can actually make a hotkey. I'm willing to do it and willing to hook it up, but it will be hooked up to the 1 million point. Bro, red wax is disgusting. Welcome to the Holy Land there, Dr. Love. Welcome in. Red wax is hideous. I hate it. I won't accept anyone who says they do like it because they're lying. Interesting. Let me move this. Got item. Do I want to do this? Probably. Wow, that turns it into a blob. I think if people want to display their work in red wax, they are welcome to do so. I will, however, say that having used ZBrush as long as I have, red wax is a material that is very well it's very well conducive to causing eye strain because of its intense color and contrast. So staring at any form of red is going to be harsh on your eyes over a long period of time. And as someone who works in ZBrush for anywhere from, a couple hours to like 16 hours in a day, depending on what I'm doing, looking at the color red for that long is not a great idea. So black and white is often the easiest on your eyes. And then number 2 is that red wax has a really intense cavity. It has a really intense cavity that is white. So not only does it feature red, but then it features white on top of it. And lots of it. Right? So like I think we can all agree that this is not the best background to be looking at all day. Or this. So that tends to be why I stick with grays. And then for a little color pop, I have the green accents because I know where to look. I know where to put my eyes with the little bits of green. Yellow? No. I think you can get away with soft blues because they're also cool. But yeah, I wouldn't look at any like primary color for an extended period of time in a large quantity. Brown, depending on the shades of brown, yeah, you could totally look at brown for long periods of time. Okay, I think she looks way better. There was the original face, not quite to quality. Yeah, we cleaned her up real nice. Yeah. She's got that pretty human undertone to her, which is definitely part of the vibe. Oh my gosh, a full night's rest? The holy grail of sleeping? I'm ready. I'm about to get a whole night's rest one of these days. I got some pretty good rest last night. No fooling. Let me try something. I think her nose needs to come up and forward. like that. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I got good rest last night. I plan on getting good rest in the future as well. I'm gonna get those muzzle shapes going. Give her a little more readability. Perspective. Yeah, I'm vibing. When you do polygroups on higher level subdivs, get pixelated randomly, even with a simple Alt Tab. Have to undo and redo to fix it. Are you talking about yeah, accent? Yeah, red accents are good. Red is a great accent color. Red and green are great colors together. Christmas, obviously. Are you talking about polygroups or are you talking about materials? Because your polygroups, I mean your polygroups, if you down res at all, just as a note, they're going to reduce to whatever the lowest group is. That's a terrible group color, ZBrush. So if I take it down and then go back up, it obviously won't retain its shape. But yeah, other than that, I can't think of why that would happen. I'm going to move this. All right, calm down, Wario. I think we need to broaden her trapezius. And we need to move her deltoids down. I know we're not really going to see her with her arms out because she wears her coat. And then we can embiggen the neck a bit. Nah, I like the thin neck. All right, let's pick a material here. I'm going to use my soft skin. All right, let's see. I need to pick colors. How the fuck do you pick colors? From... Did you click and drag? Yeah, okay. Let me open my concept art here. Wow, I really need to organize these files tomorrow. This is pretty bad. Drawing, OCs, style back. Nope. Pixel art. Yeah, she's actually based off an old piece of pixel art I did. Okay. All right, let's see how this works. Do a quick save, just to make sure we don't screw ourselves over. Man, I feel like setting colors on her might be a bad idea. And I feel like we are playing with fire. We are playing with fire right now. Wow. Really taking my life into my own hands. We might need to use... Oh, we might not be able to do this on stream. I think we can do that. And what happens if we put this color over the top of it? I don't know about this one. I think it'll look good, but I think it'll... I think it could go south real fast. I think Twitch's watchdog mentality might come down on me. What am I worried about? Twitch, the last time I had a brown-skinned looking easily butt interpreted shape. We got 3-dayed. Yeah, I was working on my my Naboru sculpt, and I had her butt on stream. We were a little zoomed in. Not gonna lie. And we got. We got. I mean, technically, she wasn't wearing an anything. So, but the point is that if I colorize her, she will look very close to skin tones. And so that's my apprehension, is that she becomes very skin toned. And yeah, I just don't want to get blasted. Because I feel like it like, yes, she has fur on her body, but until we make it very clear that she's completely covered in fur, we're gonna get got, you know. You know what? I'll just do this. I'll just paint it on. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. It might be, we might have to dress her up like that on a secret stream. Hello? There we go. You know, we'll do this the old-fashioned Merc way. We'll force it. This is the classic Merc method. So this is what you're supposed to use the MF highlight material for. In case you have my materials and you don't know what to use them for. Yo, Luigi with a Star Steel. That's my guy. Wow, what is Wario doing? 176 coins? Dude. Yeah, I completely agree there, Nuggy. That cannon bridge is... It's pretty crazy. Oh, he stole it from Wario? Well, to be fair, Luigi needs it more. If we're thinking critically. Unless Wario is the one who wins all the stars and someone else ties. Yeah, you can get cannoned from the lower bridge section too. Yeah, you can get cannoned. Your odds of getting cannoned are actually pretty high. There. That's what the MF highlight thing is for, actually. We're creating little sparkly highlights. You can also do the same on Dabooba. I don't know how well this will look, but I'll try it. Jehaz, welcome in, welcome in. Actually, I would probably just use a specular version of this material. Here's a fun trick. If you do want to just do specular stuff, here's a cool little trick if you're trying to do some fun specular stuff. What you can do is you can just copy the shader, find a different one. Doesn't really matter which one. Although typically I will pick one that I won't end up using very often. Like, doesn't matter. Like this metal one. You paste it in, and now it's identical. Or actually, we should find a slightly different one. One that does have more than one material on it. Double shade? Yeah, there we go. Now you paste. And so now it's identical. And then you set all this stuff. And you adjust your specular curve. like that. And now you're getting that kind of that ring light effect, right? And so now you can apply the material, switch back to the other material, and now you can get renders that look like one segment of your mesh has a specular on it and the other doesn't. And you can even paint like this to kind of define edges. It's kind of a cool little trick if you ever want to just add speculars. You can also do like the cell shaded kind of specular, kind of step it like that. It's a cool way to make the booba shiny, if that's what you're trying to do. Yeah, it's a fun one. But I'll put that back to normal. Back on. Good morning, Squid. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. As always. What are we doing today? We are working on our deer girl here. We're working on our deer girl. Blue. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think she's coming together. I want to round her face out a little bit. So that's kind of my next step is I need to, she's cute. She could be cuter though. She needs that kind of A-line puffy face. I'm liking the eyes though. I'm digging the eye shape. I'd like to use this on someone else in future. I'm going to try this eye shape again. Yeah, this is a personal project. This is a long running OC, original character of mine. We do a hydrate. Yeah, you got me. You got me. Let me get that hydrate on. Mm-hmm. Do not steal. Do not steal. Yeah, Oakland's a cutie. Yeah, I got the deep lore. I worked on an entire like game project, like a tactical strategy game, like production for like a couple months, I think. I put it together. And she was part of the lore, part of the creative juice for that project. Unfortunately, I let that project kind of die, if you would. which is kind of sad. But it turned out that the amount of work that I had to put into it was just too much for me at the time. So perhaps in future. But I figured it's a character I really like, something I've never really refined her design either. That's something I was talking to my buddy about. Like I haven't actually put her design on paper yet, if you will. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do a little design work. I know mostly what she looks like. Obviously. Otherwise I probably would not have gotten this far. I might have to start combining a few body pieces. I do also want to do... I want to boost her silhouette a bit with like some fur, kind of like this. I love this kind of like... Hello? Oh, I should not have done it that way. Getting some kind of like body fur. Those kinds of aspects I think are really cool. So that'll be something I have to wrangle in. And then I'm also thinking, usually in all my designs, she's topless and bottomless, but you don't like conceptually. That's not really a thing, right? Because she's got fur, so you don't really see that. It's just the markings on her body that indicate. But there's another version of her. More. Let me duplicate these two. Let me split hidden because I merged the wrong ones. So I would fill forms, clean up this area, clean this area up for sure. Yeah, I think I reached a satisfying stopping point on the previous characters. I posted some of the renders that I did of her on my Twitter. All right, I'm gonna bridge them. I'm a big fan of this. I don't know why. I just think it looks good. Kind of indicates weight without going too far. I mean, not really. I'm going super far with it, but I'm over here pretending like this is safe for work, you know what I'm saying? We all know that's a fever dream. Yeah, it's workplace appropriate only in certain workplaces, usually of self-employ. Do I have lots of unfinished projects? I do. I do have lots of unfinished projects. Now those, come on, come on. Pull that shape back down. Yeah, I have a lot of projects I never got around to finishing. Usually I work on a project until I find something else more interesting to work on. um I think it's just a creative curse. Yeah, I think people just creatives specifically have tons of ideas all the time. And I try to finish the projects that I start, but I backlog a good number of things. Overthinking, like, oh shit, I can't finish this. Well, I think certain things are worth finishing and certain things aren't. Like, I see the things that I don't finish as projects for learning. So, like, will I quote unquote finish this project for my girl Oakland here? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I will. But I'm not gonna. I tend to not overthink those kinds of things because if it's worth finishing, I will feel the need to finish it. If I know it needs to be finished, I'll finish it. You know, that's kind of how I see it. I don't want to try like. What happens if I did more carving on my model? That kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that like I never know. This is the kind of stuff that I tend to overthink about, where it's like I see other people do cool stuff in their models, and I think, man, that looks cool. I'd love to do something like that. And then when I do it, I feel like it looks like garbage. But when other people do it, I'm like, man, they nailed it. That looks so good. But I think when you feel that way, since I'm talking about it, I think when you feel that way, it's because stylistically, right? Your tastes lean in a different direction. And usually what that means is that you can't gauge the quality of work that you don't have an intense love of or experience with. So when you try to do other things and other styles, if you're not prepared to make mistakes, you will definitely look at it and be like, "Oh, this looks terrible." And it's like, "No, it doesn't look terrible." Right? You just can't judge it as well as you can judge your own work. Like I can look at this, I can look at these body forms and make immediate judgments because I do this kind of stuff all the time, but if I start switching it up and going for some crazy stuff, which I'd love to do in the future. I think that's the like artsy stuff that I tend to get wrapped up in at this point. I'd probably pull her. Nah, she's fine. She's fine. So what I might do now, part of the reason I did this was it's like time to combine stuff. Whether or not this is good as is doesn't really matter at the moment. But also it's easier for me to pull off the shapes that I'm looking for with a duplicate. So I'm going to duplicate. I'm going to blast some of these shapes. Wow, Dong using a mushroom and getting shafted at the same time. But then getting a star, nice. DK knows what's up. Although technically... Technically, I don't want him to have stars. Oh, and he gets cannoned. And Yoshi, too. Absolutely, yeah. I think that's a huge problem. I think beginners run into that a lot, for sure. like how dubstep seems to still be a big thing in music trends. You try to do it with your own, but to you it sounds like trash, even when you use the same techniques, because you're not really into dubstep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You know what? I have a different idea. I think that's just part of the art, right? It might even be just something to think about that like maybe it's not your thing, and that happens with a lot of projects too. You might embark on a project or start something and think this is going to be great and it turns out it's not. That's okay. Not every project needs to be like a raging success. If a star spawns on you, you should be able to accept it. I'm not against this in practice, but it does make me wonder game wise if that could lead to an imbalance somehow. Bro, ZBrush, what are you doing? Hmm. I merge these down. Let me try something. I merge these down. Now I delete hidden. Should be able to keep the polygroups and then keep groups. So I can kind of like piecemeal, almost like Lego pieces. I can kind of shove things back together. Where's Monka? Is Monka sleeping? I don't know. Monka is about to be done with school, so Monka might just be big chillin', playing some games, relaxing. July 1st, I think, is the beginning of summer vacation for Monka. Then I still lean towards when a great song instrument has 5 to 6 minute longs. And as long as everything is so short, making noise, it's actually saying something. Yeah, true. True. That can be said for a lot of art. A lot of things can become like a lot of things can be made quick, but they kind of become, meaningless. No, we're going to get rid of these. All right, ZBrush. I've had enough of you. Let's try something else. I'm gonna do this the old-fashioned way. But yeah, in terms of doing projects, in terms of feeling bad about old projects, I start things because I think they're going to have some value, and as long as I've worked on the project, there's a couple that I started and I spent a day on them and then I just abandoned them because it wasn't the thing that I wanted to work on. It wasn't something that was really, contributing to my growth. That tends to be how I see it. That's all I'm really looking for. All right, we'll just make hard surface stuff the old organic way. This is my preferred way of making hard surface objects. Dynamesh. I'd like a cleaner edge. Delete hidden. Vacation is cool. I think you can do characters for Capcom games like Street Fighter. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to do something like that. I think that'd be super fun. There are a couple groups that I am aware of that work with companies like Capcom, and they do skins for characters, which is pretty cool. They do updated skins. So a lot of the DLC outfits and things like that that you see, they're done by external groups. I don't need this open anymore. Cool. We'll try retopologizing like this. Yeah, understandable flawed. Understandable. Yeah, I mean, that's arguably what like a sculptor does when they're sculpting, right? Is they're trying hundreds of different things. They're trying tons of different shapes and strokes and proportions and lengths, and they're kind of figuring out what one thing is doing versus what another is failing to do. The applied community skins? No, 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 no. There's a couple groups. There's a couple teams, production teams, art outsource teams that regularly work with companies like Capcom for the production of their character costumes and outfits and things like that. So I have some friends who have worked on those teams in the past. And anytime I've been offered to work on something like that, I've always been working for someone else. Which is always fine by me. I'll work on whatever I'm working on. I work on stuff that I think is cool at the time, that I think it's cool, and the availability. almost usable. Oh, like a brush view? Oh, that's actually a really good idea, Squid. Yeah, I can do that. What's up? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Let's do that right now, dude. That's a great idea, actually. Let me get into the studio mode. Yeah, just drop a project and run to a new one. Yeah. I tend to believe that you know, if you're doing work for someone, you owe them some amount of loyalty as long as they're good to you. Like if you say you're going to do something for a team, you kind of should do it. And most of the people I've worked for in the past have been people that I like. It's not often I work for just absolutely horrible companies and horrible people. So most of the time I will commit to a project. That's why I did as much work as I did for the project that I was on that I just finished. All right. How about this? Boom. Nice and big. Perfect. Yeah. I thought so. No, it's a good idea. But let me make it a little more rational size. Yo, I just realized the inflate brush is called inflat. How have I missed that for this long? The brush type inflate is called inflat.
Zoom in on that.
It's on the right. It's quite zoomed in. It's called inflat.
You need to write an angry letter.
I need to write Maxon. Maxon, I'm about to call you out on the biggest failure of your life. Did you point that out to me, Nuggy? Shit. Maybe you did. And I blocked it out of my mind to protect myself. What's up, Frosty? Welcome in. Or welcome back. You were here earlier. I'm a big fan of the inflat brush. What are they thinking? Yeah. Yeah, that's some dad logic right there. They're not thinking. What if I put it... Whoa! Hello? What if I put it like right here in the middle of the screen, but on the far right-hand side? Like that. It, yo, it got me again. That's the lesson. It got me again. Is that spelled in flat? Say what? All right, let's try. Yeah, I must have blocked it out completely. There was like, I need to put this out of my mind forever and never think about this ever again. Actually, there is a lot of misspellings in ZBrush. If you look around at the, obviously, if you hold Control over anything and you read the notes, there's actually a ton of misspellings throughout. This isn't the Maxon version. Unfortunately, this is the Pixel Logic one. Yeah, Mrs. Merc, Men in Black flashed me the last time I heard about this, so I wouldn't suffer.
Flashy, thank you.
Jayhas, catch you later. Thanks for hanging out. Sick of me screaming in flat in my nightmares. Yeah. It was that or put me down. She made the right choice. All right, I'm going to try and clean up some of this. Mask border. Bruja, welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, Dong is coming up in the last minute here, pretty strong. Shut up, Wario. No one likes you. All right, there we go. Let's see. All right, Dong's got the coin lead. That's not good. Oh, this is looking real bad. It's looking real bad. It's looking real bad. I'm pretty sure it's over. Yeah, it's over. It's completely Jover. That's looking like a red wax win. Yeah, that's mood. That's a mood emoji right there. All right, Donkey Kong, calm down. No need to rub it in. All right, we go again. We go again. All right, let's let it brew. Gamblers, get your money ready. Great Clay! That's what I'm talking about. Great Clay is the clay for you and me. Come on, ZBrush. Work with me. There we go. The one true material. Not even true. Not even true. The worst material. A material so bad, they created the set startup material button so that people could stop having to look at it. That's the legacy that Gray Clay has. It doesn't scream greatness to me. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Yeah, I don't know why they pop halfway up. I think they're kind of supposed to be like fireworks nuggy. I think it's supposed to be like a fireworks kind of vibe, but I don't know if it works. They should just go up and pop at the top of the screen or just go off the top. Bro, we're so close to the Mercathon. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? I'm about to dump some deep Metal Gear lore on y'all like you never seen before. You're about to know things, okay? You're about to know things. It's 10 days away. 10 days away. It's going to change your life. Yeah, Red Wax 1.0 or 1.1. Yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard it's going to be gray. Look at that. Not a single red waxer in chat brave enough to put money down on another go again. All right, you know what? We're just going to jam in another goober thing. Do one of these. I probably should just rebuild this chest piece by hand because it looks pretty bad. That's okay. That's easy enough to do. Watch and learn. I'm going to show you how to do a little retopology inside ZBrush. Right after I screwed up. Perfect. Little Z topology. All right, this is either going to work well, super well, or it's not going to work at all. $22 coins. All right, a little bit of red wax support. Little bit of red wax support. I understand it's hard to support a material like red wax. You know, it just isn't a great material, so He's doing it. Merc is actually doing it. He's retopologizing in ZBrush. I think I want to do this. What is this, black magic? Kinda. I want to redo that. Shlo, welcome in, welcome in. I want to... Yeah, we do a little retopo. We're going to do it this way. And then... clear those ones out. Connect. Weird loops happening, but that's okay. We can clean that up pretty easily. The one true emote on Twitch. Probably the only Sonic emote on Twitch that's lore accurate. We all know that to be factual. I think I want to do this. And then I want to bridge. Yeah, big true, Shlo. Big true. Loving what you've been putting out lately. Great stuff. Oops. Top tier fuzzies, as they call them. I think that's what the kids call them. Fuzzies. Yo, why is this not connecting, bruh? What are you doing, ZBrush? What are you doing? Oh, now it works. Now it works. All right, we'll get a Mario Party going. Oops, turns it off. Let's do... we'll go in order. We go again. All right, get your coins in if you would like to gamble everything you own and possibly win big. Turn your life around. I would suggest putting in everything you have. All right, we'll do Yoshi. We'll do animals versus rejects. Let's go. $50 turns, dude. I don't have to be anywhere Monday morning. I'd do 10,000 turns if I could. How did you smooth out the curves there? So if you draw a curve in ZBrush and it connects to something and forms like that, I'll do it again, but I'll do it like really shitty. Like that. If you hold Alt and drag out a curve and let go, it smooths the curve. Also, if you draw a bunch of like erroneous curves like this, and you just hold Alt and drag, it clears all those curves. So you can shave it down only to what you want. And then of course you can cut through like that. Reconnect. Too far. Reconnect. Alt drag to smooth. Hold on, I'm trying to start a gamba. Hold on. Squid's asking too many great questions right now. He's trying to learn. I'm trying to meme on this Bowser. Get out of here, Red Waxer Bowser. Get out of here. No one likes you. Damn it, Dong. All right, it's rejects versus animals. Basically what happened last time. Rematch of the century. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, come on. All right, Gamba on. Yeah, it gets rid of the extra ones, but it also smooths them out. It just basically cleans up everything. Yeah, this the Red Dead Gamba map. How do I want to do this? Hold on, hold on, hold on. I need to rethink this. I need to rethink this. Oh, okay. I made an amateur move here. First of all, there needs to be a column like this. Will admit, retopology in ZBrush is not easy. Unlike Todd Howard's games at Bethesda, it doesn't just work sometimes. You got to be ready to kind of goof around. What's up, Nuggy? I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Remember, friends, keep your retopologies really low. That's definitely your comment. I could just use Z-Modeler to finish this off too. So, not a big deal. Let's make sure I'm not destroying other parts of this. All right. Up, up, over, over. There we go. I'm actually going to do this. And clean that up. Come on. I wish you could control how sensitive the connections are. That would be a nice little feature. I'm not asking for a lot. Version for every killer? Damn. Going all in. I like your level of commitment, though. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you go pro. Good morning, Ian. Good morning. Hope things are going well for you. Hope you're having a great day. All right, there we go. I'm getting some weird artifacts that may be possibly because of symmetry. So I'm going to try and turn some of these off. There we go. I hate that curve. Man, that wraparound is just terrible. It's a spiral, though. Damn, did I just make a spiral like a fool? It goes around and around, around, comes up here. And the only way to connect it... The only way to connect it's like that. All right, we'll work with this. Split unmasked. Turn that off. Turn that on. Dynamic. Not quite the message I was trying to send with this chunk of armor, but we'll fill that in. Looks more suggestive than I thought it would. Yes, Ian, I am free. I'm free. I am free. Feels good. It was a rough start. I had to reinstall my computer, and I tried to clone my drive so that I didn't have to work too hard. But that didn't work at all, and it never has. But I thought I would try again. And I ended up reinstalling Windows. But Windows was being really shitty and said that I didn't have a legal copy. And that I had to buy a new copy. And you know me, I was not about to buy a new copy when I already owned one. The music starts playing. So, in classic Merc fashion, I hunted down the command line codes that eject your digital license key and your license registration of Windows. So I forced Windows to withdraw the key. Then I logged into the other drive that required the key and logged in there, and which accepted the key. So I was able to do that. But in other fun news, I somehow managed to lose the ability to boot my old drive as well. So there was like a period of time where I could not boot into the drive to actually work on it. or remove old stuff. So I had to I had to get a boot assistant like feature, some kind of device or app that would allow me to declare my other drive as a boot drive. So that took a while. Actually, I don't think I want to do it this way. Stop what me doing. I think I want to do this, actually. Oops. Working with any sort of boot drive related thing is just the scariest thing you could possibly do on a computer. Because if you fuck up your master boot record on Windows, oh my god. Now you can't boot into anything and you have to do absolutely everything else on console command. Oh, you're in for the ride of your life. What the fuck? Yeah, I was gonna do the star, the pointed star, but then I remembered I have to subdivide this a bunch, and it's gonna look like shit with a massive star in the middle. So, anyways, no worries. I managed to solve all that horrible Windows stuff. See, I was smart. I planned out how many loops there was supposed to be here. Sometimes I know what I'm doing. Oh, there we go. I'm going to make that different. I'm going to make this one different. I actually like topology. As cringe as that sounds. I think it's actually fun. Now don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I don't like making topology. If I insert a loop here, what does it do? Okay. I don't hate it, but I don't like it. I'm going to be honest. So we'll do this. Or not. You had to take a Windows license from an old laptop. Ended up calling up support because they were the only ones who were supposed to know something about license. He gave you the command line to get a license code, although he couldn't in theory. Cozy Blanket is rad. Interesting. Well, just so you know, digital licenses for Windows, they're all the same. The actual key code is all the same because it's registered to your account. So if you need to unregister, your license key is the same. Everyone's is the same. The license key only unlocks Windows to be registered digitally, like online. So I just ejected my key and logged out of Windows, and it was like, oh, you don't have an active Windows. And then I logged back into my other drive and it fixed it. So like it wasn't difficult for me, but honestly, I have no clue how a fucking normal like human being is supposed to manage this kind of shit. Like how are my parents supposed to manage that? I mean, they can use computers, but like how are they supposed to dig out fucking command line codes for this stuff? All right. Buy a new license online for eBay for $3? Why would I why would I do that? Oh, you're talking about like my parents? Like a parents would do that? Yeah, seriously. Probably. I wish I didn't need this one. I've had my Windows license for like 10 years now, and I'm never giving it up. I'm not going to pay for another one. I'm going to extrude this. Extrude. Extrude. Would you fucking snap? Thank you. All right. Stop supporting it? What, Windows 10? I mean, here's the thing. They can stop supporting Windows 10. That's fine. But you should know that you can still load applications from like 1994 into like modern day Windows and they still work. Because Windows backwards compatibility is like Microsoft's like grounding principle because most software architecture in the world runs on Windows. And if they ruined backwards compatibility, they wouldn't be able to sell Windows to corporations. And corporations wouldn't be able to spend their money on Windows products in order to keep their budgets high. So there's no way backwards compatibility is going to go away. And by backwards compatibility, I mean the ability to operate your Windows applications. So modern stuff will most likely work in older versions of Windows too. Just because the architecture's like unchanging. Maybe I can delete this edge. Like that. Nah, that's what Z-Remesher was doing. Can't extend it very well. Actually, I could do this. Delete hidden. Nope. Uncrease. Crease polygroups. Kinda works. Kinda works. Let's not get too excited. They kept saying you didn't have permission from a parent. Yeah, frick Microsoft. Yeah, I almost thought about buying a new license because I was like, dude, I don't know what to do. I don't want to deal with this right now. I was really not in the mood. But I was like, I looked up how much a Windows license was, and it was like, oh, Windows license, it's $130. And I was like, oh, no. No. That's not happening. Not on your life. Merc's not about to get scammed by this. Fixed BIOS? Hell yeah. I can do some PC stuff. It's just building PCs I'm not very adept at this point in my life. So I had Monka build my PC for me, basically. Like, tell me what to buy. That was cool. But then I had to do all this cringe work. It wouldn't even let you pay. Yeah, that's upsetting. Nothing is more frustrating when you want to give money to someone and they make it hard to give money to them. It's like, dude, I'm trying to give you money and you make it fucking hard. Why would you do this? Why? I'm just trying to give you money. Let me give you the money. Yeah, I had student loans. And paying student loans was frustratingly difficult. I was like furious at times how freaking hard they made it. Yeah. Yeah. Humiliating's a good word for it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the site's down. So you can't pay it right now. It's like, oh, okay. Well, then I should get some sort of leniency, shouldn't I? No. Okay, well, then I'm going to come into the bank and pay. No, you're not. It's a federal holiday there, boss. So I'm just screwed. Correct. Okay, let me try. Even shaving is online now. Don't break your computer. We need to do dual stream later. Keep that in good working order, at least for a few more days. I'm throwing my throwing computer at the wall. Bro, why would you crease this, ZBrush? Huh? What are you thinking? Nothing. I'm gonna name it that. Hell yeah. I see you're logged in on your computer named my throwing computer. Is that correct? That's correct. Great. And how can I help you today? I'd be awesome at customer support. Actually, I wouldn't. I would be really bad at it. think I want to actually merge these two. I think I want to take this one. And this one. And merge them. Theme of Tara. Tara. Oops, did I just enter edge loops? No, okay. Never mind. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool. No doubt. Odanov. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Welcome in. Yeah, we doing a little Booba Sculpin. Booba Armor. Ranting about banks. Posture check. You know what? You're right. You're right. That's actually great. That's actually great. Name your name your iPod or your phone iPod Nano. That's hilarious. That's a great troll. I'm going to crease this middle one. All right. Let's apply everything. I'm going to duplicate. This probably won't work after I spent all that time. Yeah, it kind of just immediately collapses. Stolen. Stolen. I hate this fact. This is the world we live in. Put on some Gamba tunes. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do, ZBrush. Pichiku. Manso stream, huh? True. Whatever that means. True. Do not bevel. What are you doing, ZBrush? Floppy disk drive? That's actually hilarious. I love that. Now we're talking. These are the memes I'm looking for. Can I do this actually? No. Embarrassed by your PC name? Wiener barf. Hmm. I'll definitely say that's not the hypest name I've heard of. Been like that since Windows 7? Damn. Okay. Your respect. Professor Oak. Classic wooden. Was it a vinyl wooden case? Like that, like vinyl laminated wood shelving you would find in like a 70s station wagon? Or was it a legitimate wood case? Although I feel like wood would warp because of the heat, wouldn't it? I guess not if it's a hardwood. All right, I don't actually know how to make triangles in ZBrush. I feel like if I triangle bridged these, that would work. Um, so let's open. Oh shit. I have a really old version of Blender. I was going to say, I could just edit this in Blender. I mean, I still can. I guess I could just re-topologize it again. I don't want to. I don't even. Gozy doesn't even work for Blender? There's no Blender Gozy? What? What? All right, fine. Fine, ZBrush. Be that way. It's called Gobi. Gob. All right, I'll have to look into that then because We're about to do this the old-fashioned way. I'm going to go into Blender by hand. Imports upside down. Very cool. Very cool. Shit. Good thing you guys can't see this because I'm doing a real shit job navigating. Switch to the modeling tab. Hit tab. All right. So far, so good. Cut edges. I'm doing it. He's doing it. Actually, I can just cut from... No, that's actually really bad. Don't do that. All right, all right. All right, I have no clue how to reselect or get out of this. Oh, I have to push enter, don't I? Yeah, okay, okay. I'm remembering. He's remembering. You guys are going to be so impressed when I bring this back in. You're going to be like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Merc knows what's up. Except all my fucking polygroups are gone. Drop the GitHub link. All right. Didn't really want to have to repolygroup everything, but hey. Wouldn't really be a Merc stream. Man, we get it. You're a train. Calm down, bro. I actually really like rats. I showed you guys the puppet Mrs. Merc made. Mrs. Merc made me a rat puppet. It's technically a Skaven from Warhammer. But you know how it is. It's a rat. All right, grease polygroup. Oh, shit. This is looking terrible. All right, we'll do some smooth groups. Now it just kind of looks like she has a bra on that's way too big. Yeah, no fooling. I like rats. I think rats are cool. Wait, this goes the wrong way. I'm having a serious old man moment. What am I building exactly? Boobular protector. True. I liked the super boobish looking one. That was kind of fun, but it looks better in pixel art. It looks better when I did it in the pixel art. So we're gonna try something else here. I need to get good at Blender. And I need to get the Gob plugin. All my homies were recommending the Gob plugin. Literally, the dude's name is Jose Canseco. Are you fucking kidding me? Yo, that's funny. Damn, dude. I can't believe that Jose Canseco went on to not only fucking crush it as an American major league outfielder, but also later on in his life went to write the Gob plugin. Insane. The range. The range. All right, let's make this boob armor cool. Let's make it cool looking. You know how to make things cool? Creases. Crease it. That's how you do it. Apply. Crease. All right, let me go look at the concept. Yeah, that's a cool concept. Don't you just love when you look at an old piece of art and you're like, yo, that was good. Why didn't I do more of that? Oh, that's right. Because I'm an idiot. That's right. I almost forgot. I have a bad habit of abandoning everything I start. How could I forget?
Wow!
Yo. Welcome to the Merc Shop. What's up, Odinoff? Thank you for that. Tier 1 sub. Thank you. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Exclamation mark Discord if you'd like to join the Discord. where we, we do Discord things. You know how it is. Let me throw that in there. Kendo sounds like me pitched down. Sorry about that, babe. Kendo is me. For all my homies that know the Kendo lore from Resident Evil, Kendo is exactly how I would go out. That would be how I died. Standing next to a window talking about how safe we were. That's how I want to go. What the fuck? Saying babe and darling every sentence. Yeah. Yeah. Don't you worry, darling. Everything's gonna be okay. Hey, have a good night, Schlo. Have a good night. Sorry about that, babe. I love Kendo. Kendo's my favorite. My only request to Capcom, Kendo playable in Outbreak 3. I want to play as Kendo. I want the Kendo deep lore. Okay? I need to know everything about him. I mean, we know Barry's. We know a shit ton about Barry. Kendo's ghost story is canon? Wait, are you for real? Not sure if I was going to say not sure if lying or dropping the hypest fact ever right now. Why not both? ¿Por qué no los dos? I never played the RE2 DLC. No, I have not. That's probably around the time I was no longer gaming at the same level. I know. Cringe. Hold on. Increase all. Increase. Greece. No way, they're non-canon and you get to play as Kendo? Holy shit. Hold on. Ghost Survivors. Okay, yeah, I've heard of this. Characters. You play as Kendo, Warren, Ghost. Yo, Kendo looking fire. Wait, what a minute? Kendo was also in Resident Evil 3. Why? What did I miss? No, wait a minute. Hold on. Resident Evil 2. Bro, I need to hit these games again. This shit is... This shit is all escaping me. Dude, I do not remember any of this. RE2 2019 Jill Kendo Banters. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of crossover here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, my boy Kendo. All right, I'm back on track. I got my Kendo facts all sorted out. Why would you do that, ZBrush? Why would you crease those? Why would you crease it like that? Man, I need to go back and play some RE stuff. We need to get an RE marathon going, okay? I'm just putting that out there. Just putting that into the universe. I would love to hit those games again. I honestly think that's probably the next one I'd like to do. Just have a lot of fun. I think I'd like to do that in October, maybe. Just like kick back and clear the original 3 again. I'd love to do that. We throw them into Duck Station. We up-res them. We play the classics. I'm a classics fan. All right, nothing against the new ones. All right, nothing against the new ones. I think they're great. Yo, I may need those. Yeah, I may need those. I would say the only one I have, the only ROM I actually have is Vagrant Story, and I actually own a legitimate copy of Vagrant Story. It's sitting in my living room right now. So try and come after me, Sony. Try. I have every right. Yo, I like those little ping-in noises at the end there. I like it. It's very cute. Yo, what's up, Monka? I crashed OBS by trying to change my scene collection midstream, like a doofus. So there was indeed a crash, but it was entirely my fault. Yo, DK got item. Classic DK. I like the longer one, I think. What's up, Monka? Welcome in, welcome in. It goes well, it goes well. We were just talking about potential Resident Evil marathon at some point. That would be super fun. Maybe later this year during spooky season. I'm excited to do my Metal Gear marathon coming up. I'm very excited for that. There's a lot of cool stuff in Metal Gear, and a lot of cool stuff in Metal Gear that's based on real life stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff to talk about in Metal Gear that's based on like real events and things like that. Monka, are you free? No more school? All gamer all the time now? Free for 1 whole month. Insane. You know, life is just opening up for all of us. Yeah, I'm there for that. I'm there for the Nuggy Deep Lore, RE Marathon. I want to know everything. Bruh. Dual stream RE race? Bruh, I would get my ass kicked. You gotta let me warm up, but yeah, I'm game. I'm in. All right, what if we increase this? Hold on. Let me cook. Yo, what the fuck is that? That edge right there. Pretty cringe, but okay. Thank you, Mecha Merc. Good looking out. Yeah, I'd be down. I'd be very down for that. That sounds like a lot of fun. All right, screw it. In a Metal Gear race. Oof. I mean, there's a good chance of it. I do know my Metal Gears inside and out. But I'm down to run some RE. A little RE race at some point. Yeah, we were talking about the Mario 64 multiplayer. I totally think that would be fun. I don't know how to set it up. I'd have to look into it, but right, let me adjust the Uba containment shapes here. They could be better. Bigger and more. All right, absolutely have to turn my smooth down. It's ruining things. Merc, why would you cover her perfectly acceptable booba? Yeah, you right. Why would I? Because sometimes you got to do what's right for the art, you know? To make the reveal more impactful. Personally, I think there's okay, real talk. Let's discuss. Let's discuss this, okay? Number 1. The depth of the armor, let's take the coat off. The depth of the armor implies some serious volume, okay? You know what I'm talking about? It's like if you see a police officer with a vest on, a lady police officer with a vest on, and she's got some curve where her breasts would be, and you think to yourself, damn, there's a lot going on there, and there's a lot going on there. You know what I mean? That's what we're doing here. I'm gonna do this. Okay. I want to make that a different polygroup. Bro, what is going on here? When did I accidentally polygroup this? Okay. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. Now, we can move these shapes separately. Can I get rid of this edge? Hold on. Not in a good way. Okay. That's fine. All right, anyways, the point I was trying to make about this is that normally I'm the first person to be like, whoa, 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 whoa. What about the booba? However, if I'm trying to stay true to the lore, right? If I'm trying to stay true to the character lore, and I'm trying to stay true to the game, the concept of the game. All right, remember this is like a tactical RPG game. Characters in tactical RPG games, they often upgrade their look at some point in the game. Okay? So your main character is often going to get an upgrade. They're going to go from a scrappy, rebel to like discovering they're a prince and fighting for their people. So I'm just working the lore, right? I'm just working the lore here. I'm thinking, at some point, we start her out, no armor, all booba. You know what I'm saying? Then she upgrades like a Fire Emblem character to like a lord, right? And then she gets the armor on and she covers the booba. But then later on, see, the fans are like, this sucks. Bring back the booba. But here it is. Later on, she remembers her place among the people, right? Among her people. She's not a human. She doesn't belong here. So she takes the armor off. But she keeps the metal gorget, right? She keeps the golden gorget around the neck. Boom. And there's your 3 class upgrades. From Freedom Fighter to Commander to, Brigadier General, whatever. Primus Romances. Welcome in. Booba, indeed. We're talking the Booba lore in here, okay? We're talking the Booba lore. Also, her torso disappeared. Okay, and now we put the straps on. Yeah, she gotta have straps. All right, don't get me wrong. I'm a fan of the full metal armor. But I also understand that a full metal breastplate, not exactly cozy. And again, right? The whole point is that she's not a human. So she takes on these human elements. And then later on, she's like, this is horseshit. I shouldn't be wearing this armor. All right, let's see if we can blast them with the edge loops. Edge loop, delete loops. Uh-oh. Bowser bomb. Okay. See, this way I can do cool visual design stuff, right? I can give her the armor. I can give her the armor. But then I can also have the booba. And that's what it's all about. It's all about compromise. Mm-hmm. I guess move elastic is the right move tool for the situation. You know what I hate about the move tool? Well, you're about to. When you grab something and you move it, it does this, right? I want it to trail behind. I want it to trail behind. So usually move elastic kind of does that, right? Move elastic kind of does that. So you can turn the focal shift on move elastic down and you can, this is what I want, right? I want this like to trail like that. So move elastic can get you kind of there. See how it kind of bends the way you expect it to bend? Yo, what's up, DIX? Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing? How's everything, dude? How is everything? All right, let's mirror and weld. Well, let's just mirror. Yeah, we do some leather. Still. Yo, 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 what's up? What's up? Yeah, we're working on my dear girl here. She also got a booba. But when you upgrade her, no booba. And then you upgrade her again. The third time, booba comes back. All right, I'm going to get rid of this one. I'm going to get rid of this one. And this one. Nice. Didn't have symmetry on. Cool. Right. I feel like some kind of buckle needs to be in place here. So my thought is, first of all, I'm going to straighten this out by adding another edge loop. Usually, you need to keep your edge loops nice and straight. You can just do that. Delete them, re-add them, and they'll straighten to your surface. And then you can just do that. And there you go. Nice, clean edge loops. So insert IMM clothing. I'm going to see if we could do this. Let's apply dynamic, no thickness, lots of smooth. Right? We can do some snap stuff like this. I don't know if this is going to look cool or even good. But we'll try it. Like that. Clear that. You can recover old Steam accounts? Damn. I've never lost a Steam account. I've had the same Steam account since Steam came out. And I bought Half-Life 2 on release day when I was, I want to say like 17 on Steam when it was like a brand new like platform, brand new concept. Okay, the snaps, they're not cool. They just aren't. Yep. Yeah, my Steam account is super old. Super old. Why is the bike chain IMM under army curve? Oh, I guess it kind of makes sense. No, not really. Well, I guess motorcycle. These buckles are terrible. Yeah, I don't actually want to do something like that, but it does Work? You forgot your password to your current one. Went to the password reset and all of them popped up off a recovery. Wow. I guess I could just do this. You're never going to see the back of her armor anyways. She wears the coat. So once again, Merc spends 1,000 hours working on something that doesn't matter. It's kind of my thing. Yeah, that's not going to fly. Delete that stuff. Mask that. And we did a little smooth. Another Bowser bomb, dude? Like they're not even trying to play Mario Party. It's always the details. You're right. You're right. Bro, Steam will not leave me fucking alone, dude. I don't even have Steam installed on my new computer. I'm not installing Steam until a sick-ass game comes out that I can't live without. Or Monster Hunter Wilds. Which is going to be Monster Hunter Wilds, let's be real. That's the one. I mean, yeah, Nuggy's your man. Nuggy plays the spooky games. I'm too scared. Except for Resident Evil. I'll play Resident Evil. It's not scary. It's just fun. Don't worry. We'll have in Halloween time, aka October, we'll do a spook marathon. Get some ghosts and ghouls and some zomboids. Yeah, it'll be rad. Wait, does this actually... Split. I don't want to split. What is this interior edge? What is that? What's going on here? What's going on here? Can you not actually unweld certain things? Bro, any ZBrush Z-Modeler gurus in chat? I just want to split these edges so that they're not welded, but unweld does not seem to be doing what I want. Seems to be making edges. What the hell? What the hell? Maybe there's a geometry tool. Where the hell that is. Modify topology. Grid divide. No. Spin edge. Align edge. Optimize. Unweld. Yeah, that sounds like what I want. Invert. Oh, perfect. Great job, ZBrush. Well, if you guys ever wanted to know how to create a ton of little blobs really quickly, just make the shape of all the blobs and then unweld them all. I was hoping the mask would help out there. Actually, you guys want to see my strategy? I wonder if this will work. It totally did not. All right, I don't have a good solution. Adventura, what's up? What's up? Can I ask your thoughts on something? It's not ZBrush or Sculp related though, but you seem like a wise guy, so maybe you have some ideas. Yeah, sure. I will help you if I can. What's up? What's happening? Yeah, I'm noticing some holes in your mesh, my dude. You might want to fix those. I can unwield group borders. Okay, let's try this. New plan. New plan. Boom. Split down the middle. Oh, now we're modeling. Now we're cooking with gas. Okay, okay. Look, I figured it out. Easy game. Easy life. It only took but a Merc moment to figure that out. All right, you know what? Delete hidden. And then turn off local symmetry. Got to be from negative to positive. Gamers unite. We figured it out. We didn't even have to use the gob. We didn't even have to use the gob. And now you can see her butt. So it's like a win-win, honestly. You can think of no issues. Let's turn that off. Here, she got some thick hips. Let's make that super stiff. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, we solved it. Now we're cooking with gas. All right, let's see what's up. I got into mini and toy making lately. Temporarily given up on game art. Made your first sculpt. Had a lot of real good comments on it. Even Gaz said it looks good. Nice. Gaz is a G. It's on a website. Had a lot of views, but no sales yet. I was thinking of approaching some mini painters and offering it to them for free if they'll post about it or stream it and mention the shop. In return, they can sell the painted mini if they like. Wondering if it's a good offer, if you have ideas how you think you could work this up. It's your only sculpt so far. So I actually think you kind of got the right idea there. So here's a few things. Number one, if you're making a product and the product is as small as like a miniature, you have to remember that it has to be, number one, make sure it's priced competitively. Number two, some people need to see more than just one. They might like the one that you have, but it might not intrigue them in terms of purchasing. So if you want to make minis, you have to make a lot of minis, right? You know, Gaz's output is crazy. Gaz outputs tons of minis. He's a machine. And they're all super high quality too. So, you know, you have to remember that that's going to be part of it. I would say though, on talking about just the getting people interested in what you're working on, I would say you're in the right ballpark. I think you can definitely reach out to some, you know, some not ZBrushers, some sculptors, some painters. Sorry, not sculptors, some painters. You can definitely reach out and find some painters that would be willing to paint your work. What I think you should do is I would just offer it to people for free that you like. Don't put any like requirements on it. I would just send the file, like create a Google Doc, load it into the file, and then send the link to some of your favorite painters on Twitter, your favorite painters on Instagram, your favorite painters on Twitch, and just say, "Hey, I'm a miniature sculptor, and I thought this sculpt might be something you're interested in, and I'd love it if you could, give me a shout out if you decide to paint it." And then just give them the exact link or information you'd want them to post. Done. Period. Don't tell them that, like, don't reach out and be like, "I'll give you my miniature if you do this for me." That's not what people are going to want to hear. Like, if someone did that to me, like, "Hey, Merc, I love your stuff. I want you to do X for me and I'll give you something in return." It's like, no, absolutely not. Like, you don't get to dictate how I do anything. Just assume that people are going to like your model, and if they want to sell it, yeah, let them sell it. Let them sell it. You've given it to them, right? You've given it to them. So I would say start there, and you're bound to have some success with that. You're bound to have some success. Make sure that this is just another thing. Also make sure that your stitch first point. Also make sure that your presentation is really good. Like, again, take a look at Gaz's work. Gaz slays with presentation. Slays. He makes them look like they're painted miniatures when he renders them. And, what can come of this, hopefully, is that you find someone that you like working with. And as you start to make some money off of these miniatures, and you can find someone that maybe paints your miniatures regularly, and you can show painted versions of them. Maybe you get into painting your own miniatures and you print them out and paint them. There's a lot of options there. But that's how I would approach it. I would just reach out to a bunch of people, or put together like an email list. After you start making connections, put together an email list and be like, "Hey, I really like your stuff. Maybe this one isn't for you, but I'd love to send you future models for free because I think you're a great artist, and I'd love to see you, paint my work. And if this interests you, please just give me a little shout out. Much appreciated. Thanks." And that's how you build a rapport with people. You'll probably build some good contacts. You'll probably find at least one or two painters that really love your stuff, and they talk about it on their stream, that kind of stuff. But you're on the right track. And if you're slaying it and everyone loves your models, then honestly, you don't have anything to worry about. Right? Because people are going to see your work and be like, "Oh shit, this is good work. Must buy it. Must paint it." And just go from there. If they win again, guaranteed cheating. I mean, it's pretty much guaranteed cheating no matter what. It's how these scam artists, these scam red waxers work. Hope that helps, man. I'm glad you're killing it though with your miniatures. That's rad. I'm super excited for you. My motto for anything is do what calls to you. If you're vibing on minis and this path takes you somewhere, then don't feel like you missed out on game art or something like that, you know? I call it taking the path of least resistance. It's the act of going where life takes you. And it's going to take you down some wild paths. But just be open to it. Just embrace it. All right. Gamba. Oops. All right. Wario with a coin lead. Hello. All right, I fucked up my Gamba screen switcher. All right, Yoshi took a star. This is looking pretty scammer right now. Holy crap. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of what I do, right? Like, usually my main line of work is sculpting. That's usually what I do. I am a sculptor by trade. So, low poly, texturing, game stuff. Cheaters, dude. Red wax scumbags. Nah. Minimized. These scam artists. I fully understand, dude. I get it. I really do. You want to know a fact? I usually don't tell people this because my goal is not to discourage people from following their dream. But this is just kind of the reality of my situation. As a game artist, I've been ghosted probably 9 out of 10 times every time I had any opportunity of work. I am pretty regularly disappointed in the people and the behavior and the industry, unfortunately. And I don't want to discourage people who are interested in game art because obviously I work in game art, right? Or at least I did up until about 48 hours ago. But it is a very it's a very tough industry to work in. It's one that you really have to be ready to get into the weeds. You have to be ready to dig for a job for a long time. And it can be tiring, and a lot of people don't have the, I wouldn't say staying power, but what I mean is like you have to be willing to kind of suffer. You have to be willing to not work for a while. You have to be willing to earn the credit that makes you hireable in the industry. You have to be willing to play it safe. And most importantly, you have to be willing to not make the kind of work that you want to make for a long period of time. That's just the reality, but that's also just the unfortunate, shitty side of it all. Where my tunes at? That's just the reality of it. Happy to make work I don't want to make. Actually, if it's for a job and I'm being paid, I get it. Like I hear you, right? I hear you. Here's the thing. When I was 24, between the ages of 21 and 24, I was happy to be paid, and I worked a job that did nothing for me. At the age of like 33 to 37, 34 to 37, I worked possibly the best job I'll ever work in my entire life, and I got paid for it. And at the end, I was probably the unhappiest I've ever been. And that's not to say that it's a problem with the industry or the company, but I've reached a point in my life where making work for other people only makes me realize that I don't make art because I want to make it for other people. I want to make it for myself. I have things to say and I have things I want to do, and no one is paying me to make busty deer girls that run around in the forest and shoot big guns. So I have to go do that myself. And I'm willing to. So I understand where you're coming from, right? I understand where you're coming from. You've got to make money. I get it. No one has to explain that, right? I hate when people say that. They're like, I was working at like the grocery store. I had to make money, right? It's like, yeah, no shit. I get it. Everyone needs to make money. It's okay. What I'm saying is, you can love making money and hate your work. And at some point it will happen, whether it's now or later. So what I'm saying is, if you're making miniatures and you're making the kind of stuff that you want to make and you're putting it out there and people start buying it, you're on the path to victory. But I also acknowledge that the work that you're making right now probably is not earning money. Like you told me, you put it up, it's getting views, people aren't buying it. This is what is, you're building a business right now. You're building an audience. That shit takes time. Unfortunately, it takes time. If I could have done what I do now 15 years ago, I would have never gone into the industry. I would have just done what I do now. But when I was starting out, this wasn't an option. I had to work in the industry and sculpt on my free time. That was how I did it. That was how I did it. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. Again, I'm not failed to export. Why? Save, export, selected, original. Let me double check. Wrong image format. Cringe, dude. Okay. Now I have to go dig through my old drive. All right, give me a second while I look something up, and then we'll get back to sculpting pretty ladies. Pretty deer girls. Bro, the M2 is crazy fast, dude. It's smoking. I love it. I love it. Yo, what the fuck? Hold on. I'm getting scammed by my web browser right now. All right, we go. We do it. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I'm gonna have to get in these weeds and start doing a bunch more sketches soon. I've got some ideas I need to get out on the page. That's pretty cool. All right, what was I looking for? Let me do a little downloading. Oh, all right. You feel rushed right now because your work isn't giving you the hours you need. You're trying to save money for something by a certain date, which is soon. Yeah, I understand. Don't get me wrong. I do. I honestly do. I fully understand. You know, I've been in the situation you're in, no doubt. Um, I think, um, there we go. I think here's the long and short of it. You're building a business. You're selling assets online, which means you need to drive people to find your assets. So there's two ways to do it. Post every single day on Twitter. Post all your art all the time. Be as active as you can. Do not be annoying. In other words, don't drop into people's streams and be like, hey, I really think you should sculpt, one of my characters or paint one of my characters. That'll get you blacklisted real fast, right? You want to just put your stuff out there. You want to be really nice, really transparent, really honest. You want to post your work. Maybe maybe you're selling it on a website. Great. Maybe start a Patreon too and put your assets up there so they're available to buy as well, so people can support you in the journey, like that kind of stuff. But the clients that I've built, the work that I've built over time, it's taken me years to get this far. Maybe that's not normal too. Maybe it took me way too fucking long. Maybe I'm slow as hell. I'm open to that reality. But yeah, you just have to be ready for that. So I know you need stuff now, but I would say, starting a business like what you're doing right now there isn't really a fast track. So just be careful with your expectations there. That's what I'm saying. But if I've learned anything in all the work that I've done and all the accounts that I've started and deleted and everything that comes with the process of going through all this stuff, same stuff that you're going through, it's that the only thing that matters to most people in terms of value in the modern internet age. Consistency. Consistency is key. You need to prove to people, if you're going to start a Patreon, that you are consistent. If you're going to stream, you need to prove that you're consistent. You need to consistently be, you know, showing up, doing the work, you know, all that stuff is a huge part of it, is what I'm saying. And so that's where you are, you know? You find knees kind of annoying to sculpt. There's a lot about knees. So I guess my follow-up question would be, what is it you find annoying? Like, if you could kind of talk your way through it. Thanks for the boost, Mecha Merc. I feel like I made this arm backwards. Should be more like that. Right? Something like that. Good enough for government work, right? Yeah, good enough. It also depends on the kind of knees you're sculpting. Knees are complex, though. No doubt. Thank you, Leon. I agree. Uba forever. It's mostly making the patella and the skin and fat around it feel believable. Okay. Well, here's a couple things we can do. I'm going to just blast this other leg and we'll sculpt on her leg here. So, in my opinion, you want to think about a couple forms. I'm just going to section these things off. Okay. So there's 4 sides to a knee, and there's 4 regions that you typically want to think about when you're thinking about a knee. Right? So there's a couple muscles. Let me get rid of this. There's a couple muscles. This is the inside of the knee, by the way. This section that forms here, it's basically the sartorius, and it's a couple other muscles, including bicep femoris, that bulge on the side here. I'm exaggerating the shit out of it, so it's really obvious what happens. Basically, these muscles flare up and they move out when they come into contact, or they are stretched over the bone, the lower bones, the tibia, or tibia and fibia, basically. Then you got your kneecap, your patella, right? So here's one way you can do it. This is usually my method. Start with what you would consider the patella. Let me do this real fast. So it doesn't turn it back on. So you start with what would be the patella. Okay. You're going to do some weird Mickey Mouse shit like this. Okay. And then beneath that, you're going to make this kind of Y shape. Right? It's like a Mickey Mouse ice cream cone. I don't know how you want to think about it. It's kind of this shape. It's a little weird, but it's this shape. So now I'm going to smooth this stuff out. My smooth brush is really weak at the moment. And this will usually give you kind of a good idea of where some of these landmarks are going to go. My fill forms here. Now I might bridge the bottom and the top. And then you just kind of re-add those forms back in and adjust them as you need to. Again, there's only so much I can do for you outside of kind of giving you some structural tips that I use to start these things before I have to redirect you to, don't forget about reference. Don't forget about finding reference and really digging into it. I might want to move it just down a bit. Yeah, I've heard the baby face thing before, but that's like, I don't know. I don't think that's a useful tip. Like, most people don't know what a fucking baby face looks like either, so like sculpt a baby face doesn't make as much sense. So I tend to section them off into the volumes. Okay. Now, I'm going to wrap skin around the knee. Like so. One thing to remember is that when you're working on, your vastus lateralis, vastus medialis, and the volume of these muscles, okay, this one comes down like this, nice and far. Like this. Okay. Notice how it's pushing up. Notice how it's colliding between here and here. Right? Okay. So that's happening. That's why I'm choosing these positions. Now, instinct might tell you to just wrap it like that, right? But that looks wrong. That looks wrong, right? So what usually happens these two do not meet up. They actually do this. You see how they're crossing over each other? This is actually a more accurate rendition of the folds over the knee. It's going to be different for different people. I'm sure there's someone out there where they connect and it's weird, right? But remember, when I'm giving information, I'm not talking about your body or, some asshole in chat is like, "Oh, it doesn't do that for me." It's like, yeah, well, you're not You're not the standard body type that I'm talking about, okay? So save that shit for later. So I'm going to use my in-flat brush. I'm going to pull on some of these shapes. This is the standard body type. Hell yeah, you get it. You may not like it, but it's reality. Okay, so you kind of see how the shape is coming out now, right? A little bit of a wrinkle up here. You can kind of see it doesn't fit perfectly. I can fit it perfectly or closer to reality. So I'm kind of thinking about that shape. The patella on the front is nice and straight. Okay. So here's the stylized knee versus the more realistic knee. And of course, I'm adding a lot of extra fold here. You probably don't even want to go that hard, but I'm trying to drive home the concept, right? Use your reference to make those decisions. Then you want to think about the volume on the outside, the volume here, how these go like that. Okay. And then your nice back of the knee volume. And then it's kind of the jigsaw puzzle of getting them all together. Kind of like that. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Yeah, we turned off Mark Party. All right, and then bring these shapes down. Clean these shapes up. And so the important thing to remember for these shapes is that you can often think of them as like rubber bands wrapping from the back of the upper leg to the front of the lower leg. Not quite like this. This one's probably a little more like that. This one comes from up here. This one is actually two. In part, it's lateralis. And if your character's like disgustingly fucking fit with zero body fat, you'll be able to see the definition between the two of them. Right, so those are the shapes I'm thinking about. And then the back of the knee is a classic. It's a classic. Often what I do is I go for a good old fashioned H shape. That's a classic shape to go to. But basically what you're doing is you just want to indicate that these shapes are moving from the back of the leg to the front. Then the more realistic it is, the more likely it is to have the skin folds, the more stylized it is, the more you can get away with just a single crease. And if it's even more stylized than that, you might not even put the crease there. But you can kind of see how the crease sells the idea. And then we can kind of wipe that away. Need to smooth some of this stuff out. It's getting lumpy. Well, that, and it's also made of a Dynamesh, so it's going to be lumpy everywhere. Sadly. And then again, the volume. Sticks out on this side gently, and then curves back in. See this line that I'm making here? Curves back in. Okay, so it's wrapping around from basically the back. Vastus medialis, visible up here in the front. And then this side of the leg doesn't share the same lumpiness, right? It's asymmetrical. It's going to be a little straighter. So curve on the inside, straight on the outside. That tends to be how I build up knees. We go up here. Kind of see the same shapes here. Very, very simplified versions of those shapes. But the structure of this leg is roughly as accurate and as true to the expected volumes as you can get without overexposing all of the muscles. But you can see all those same shapes I talked about, all those curves and volumes and all the directions that they're flowing. They're all there. Let me go back to our gal here with her messed up knee. Now she's got that messed up knee, obviously. I probably would never sculpt in isolation like that unless I absolutely had to. But I'm going to undo some of these because this knee is looking wonky now. It does not match the rest of the style. But I think if you follow that and you think about those forms and those shapes, you'll find the shapes that you're trying to pull out easier. And again, of course, you should be looking at your reference, whatever reference is driving you. Pay attention to the details of that reference. Okay, I'm gonna pose her arms down. Awesome. Glad to help. Glad to help. Her shoulders are way too wide. That's why we do this. That's why we pose. Come out roughly as far as her clavicles do now. Okay. So my advice too, if you're working proportions for anything, always pose. Go in, pose often. Test your work. All right, let's try this again. Better. Not perfect, but better. Put a little bit of lean on it. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. Cool beans, cool beans. All right, let's see. Let's interesting. That it forces me to make that shape. That's okay. Put some edge loops in here. I'm gonna put one to start because I want to even it out like that. Then put multiple edge loops on. But let's fix the shape first. This is a good way to no edges between. Lets me do all the shaping I need to do for the entire length of it. And then when I'm ready, I can just dump in some extra edges. And then polygroup. Give me a decent polygroup color. Cool. And now I can recalculate volume. And I can use the transpose cloth. Turn the stiffness down. We can get some wrinklies. Probably wouldn't do the whole thing this way, but clean that like that. And now I have those settings. I can grab my cloth, nudge. Wow, that really nudges the whole thing. Oh, that's because I have insulate turned on. Turn that shit off. Probably not the best results. I probably sculpted by hand better. Sometimes cloth works. Sometimes it doesn't. I wanted to do it by hand. I would probably do this. Delete hidden. Grab these shapes. And then I would transpose back to normal. Scale this up. And then I would do oh, that's working, that's working, that's working. Okay. And then do this. Pull this shape up. Yeah. I find that like there's a couple areas of modeling that I've found where the dynamics can be super helpful. One of my favorite things to do for dynamics, despite how often dynamics does stupid shit, there's some cool results. Oh, you never realized that it was Merc with the ghost coming out of his mouth? Yeah, he dying. He dead. This is hands down my favorite use. Turn on your dynamics and everything. Make sure your self collision is on. Gravity doesn't have to be that high. Calm down, calm down. Do some pretty fun things with like shawls. And then scrunch it up. Oops, forgot to delete the other side. What is it? Extend. Delete hidden. Thickness. Back that offset up. Yeah, like that. Oops, got caught around her arm. Oh, if you can uncatch it. Boink. There we go. You can do some cool kind of scrunchy shapes. I've always found this fun. Where the hell's my collision? Oh, offset is way too fucking high. That's also making it look like shit. You know, I think it does weird scarf-esque things kind of good. I would turn off this first, this transpose. I would then do this. Then I would turn back on the transpose. Get it to come off her nose there. Bruh, why does it keep setting the offset back to negative 100? So yeah. You can do some fun stuff like this. It's not perfect, but if you're willing to play with some of the settings, this negative 100 offset is killing my buzz. You know, if you're willing to play with it and just kind of start it and stop it, you can kind of get some pretty interesting results. I've done a few characters this way in the past where they had little assets like this. Normally, I will do most things by hand, but every now and then it's like, this is cool. Oh, it was recalculating with her armor underneath. No wonder why. She's doing some weird stuff. And this is backwards again. Yeah. Either way. Can also do can also contract. Contracting a ton. It's really pissing me off that this thing keeps setting back to 100. You can make a little face mask for her. Yeah, cloth sim just fun sometimes. I like to use it really to experiment. That's one of the things I like to get out of it. And then I'll go back in later and like I'll make it by hand if I need to. Because honestly, I think we can all agree that actually maybe you use a cloth move, right? You do move, you do cloth move, and now it kind of brushes up against her face. Perfect. Perfect. ZBrush did exactly what I hoped it would do with the cloth right there. Royally fuck it up. Nice. Maybe I resculpt to a mustache. All right. ZBrush is really killing it tonight. Great demo. She's got like a little, it looks like she has a fucking mustache. I was vibing on the idea of like a little mask. Kind of cute. Anyways. On the other hand, I can just grab this thing. Divide it a few times. And turn off my dynamic. My brush is way too strong right now. Holy crap. Looks terrible. But yeah, do a little bit of that. Another way you can do folds. If you're feeling giga lazy or unsure, you can always push them down. Let me down res that a bit. Start folds like this too. Masking can always help. You can see I'm starting to get some basic folds in there. I have a cloth brush, but I don't use it as often as you'd think I would, considering I made it to sculpt cloth. Sculpt the front here. I actually use soft forms way more. I think it just looks more natural. Except these folds are all crappy. But you get the idea. Turn on your dynamics. Some of those shapes back. But yeah, my advice if you're doing, even if you're doing cloth, stay as low as possible for as long as you can. That's the biggest bit of advice I can give. And if you're feeling super detail oriented, you can do this kind of cloth sculpting. Whoa, not that kind. Side. And you can basically give yourself some free cloth goodness. Kind of drag these shapes around. And if you crease them, you can get some shapes. So maybe you do your crease edge, especially if you're going for something more stylized. Oops, crease. We'll do polyloop complete. I might do something like that. Grab one here. The other thing you can do if you're quicker about it, you can do insert and then with your edge selection, you can do transpose complete. click the edge, and then center it, and you can scale it, pull it in and out. So you can do that kind of stuff pretty quickly. Grab this, scooch it over. You can kind of see how I get the sharp edge or something. Yo, sounds good, Polly. Thanks for big chilling and hanging out. Hope the work goes well. I'm gonna bevel. I'm gonna bevel it, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna insert one right in the middle. Do the transpose trick I just showed you. Center it. Scale. Scale it up. And then do a crease. And then same thing, just crease, grab your polygroups, and you can do this. So this is kind of similar to my method for what's it called? A similar method for armor. You can also do this, and if I remember correctly, you do it in rows of 2. So you do this, this, group, this, this. Technically it would be this and this. Group, right? And then I'll insert 2 more. I'm a big polygroup fan. This, group, this. It's already its own group, but that's fine. And now fix that. Now you can see how if I move these polygroups, we create folds. Oh my god, Merc. Almost like you know what you're talking about from time to time. Very occasionally. Yo, what's up? Thank you for the follow. Chubby Ghost. Yo, we like them thick up in here. We like them thick. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well tonight or today, depending on where you are. Wherever you are, I hope it's going great. Then got kind of big, so I'm gonna pull down on this shape. I don't like that. Yeah, this is a great way to make stylized kinds of Kinds of folds. It helps too. I mean, if you're making anything, really, you can make folds this way. I wouldn't say just stylized. You can do it with real folds too, as long as you know what you're doing. You're basically just blocking the shapes out. Don't forget to vary the angles, whether they go up or down. Boink. Little spirit temple. Now we got a little spooky music. I'm vibing. Little spooky sisters music. What's up? Welcome in. Welcome in, recent followers. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Let me know if you have any ZBrush or art questions, stuff like that. I got you. Oh, look at that. Not what I wanted to do at all. Easy fix, though. Scoot, scoot. Invert. Crunch. Crunch. A little scaling. Okay, okay, I like it. Now, boink. Extend, extend. Perfect. So I'm going to hide my material transition right here with the bevel. It'd be hard to see no matter what. Shrink. Shrink. Extend. Gold. Okay, and then we'll put the gold on. A random sound effect off the top of your head. Let's see. Well, does it have to be good? What's a fun sound effect? I really like the ration eating sound in Metal Gear Solid. It makes like a boop 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 kind of sound. The shittier the better? Oh crap. Ooh, long or short? Long or short? Long? Oof, court. Okay. Short. How about any... The shittier the better. What was the long one? I was thinking more of like... It depends on what you're looking for. I don't know if you can find these, but like any of the screams or menu sounds from Star Wars Pod Racer on the N64. Those seem like a real fresh bag of tricks. I'm trying to think of some standout ones. Yeah, Big True, my man, Big True. Here, what about these? Hold on. Let's live sound effect right now. There's some pretty classic ones in here. And I wouldn't say these are great. Yeah, it's not really a sound effect, is it? A death counter, huh? That one then. Mario getting fucking his ass lit on fire and completely wrecked. The Wario one? Womp. The Womp is pretty funny. I fucking love the Womp sound. I would maybe use some of those. We jamma. Bruh. How could you not let me go? You were gone. Oh, welcome back though. Welcome back. Yeah. In a disgusting turn of events. Yeah, I think if you're building a death counter there, Nuggy, you might get some mileage out of those Mario Party 2 disappointment sounds or the womp sounds. Those are super funny. You could also do like the famous like oof kid, oof, that kind of shit. You could throw in there. There's some good ones though. I think for me though, the theme is like the theme of my stream is I use sound effects and memes from games and IPs that I really like. So the Metal Gear stuff, the Mario Party music that occasionally plays, um, the sound effects for that. Let me look at my reference again. Is only pixel art. He does have this beautiful collar, though, at the bottom. Kind of the same design. Maybe we use equalize. Did you know the equalize brush? Or did you know equalize in ZModeler? It exists because the tool elastic, move elastic, attempts to keep all the quads equal in proportion. Now it'll stretch them like you're seeing, but you'll notice that it tries to equalize them. So it's the same kind of structure going on there. And we'll try and turn them all into perfect squares if I give it the chance. Not always useful, but if you're making clothes or things like that, for what I'm about to do. Let me insert, grab this. I'm going to grab transpose, grab the whole thing. Exactly. Or whenever you need to do any kind of trim stuff. Actually, I might be able to do... Yeah, that works. All right, and then bevel. See if this works. Rink. Gold. Fill. Quick little way to kind of get that together. I should have added one more loop to keep it from bleeding like that. Whatever, dude. Good enough for government work, right? I'm stunned I haven't regularly been using this, the built-in sound player for Mario Party. Locked main min. Yes. I have gotten that in the past. Let me think. I've had that happen. I want to say I think it may have something to do with um I think it may actually have to do with the memory. I'm not 100% sure. Uh are you working on a really complex model? Because it might have to do with how much detail you have, like in terms of stuff. One thing I would recommend, if you can get away with it, is possibly maybe resaving your file. Could have to do with the file issue as it could be a file issue as well, depending on what you're doing. I have gotten it in the past. I got it on one or two models. And I think when it would happen, it would just delete all my history too. Because it was trying to make like space. He has ADD, so that's probably it. Just expanded my RAM though, so I'm not near the cap anymore. You've been working in the same quick save project for years. That that might be it. If you've been using a quick save project, maybe from an older version of ZBrush, that could cause an issue as well. Imagine if we just did 6-hour streams listening to the basic minigame music in Mario Party. I think I would fucking lose my mind. I think 10 minutes in. Yeah, I don't give it more than 10 minutes. We're not going to do that. I'm just saying. See people leaving the stream already. It's not going to happen, I promise. Don't worry, I'm just trying to get to the music player. Where'd I have the music player? Toad. He just hangs out in here all day? What the fuck is going on? Where the hell's the music player, you scumbag? Is it in the bank? What is going on? Is there no music player in Mario Party 1? What the hell? What the hell? That's gotta be wrong. Oh, there it is. I'm glad it wasn't like 10,000 coins. There we go. One of the best Mario Party songs. Yeah, Luna gets it. Baking feather cards and placing a lot of them. Yeah, that's probably your best bet if you're doing something a little more like plausibly real and not super stylized. Yeah, that's probably your best bet. Design more than one, because wings have more than one type of feather on them. They have the shorter, smaller feathers, the longer, bigger, wider ones. Give yourself some variance. Nah, looks better like that. Okay, we can definitely work with this. It's your first time? Yeah. You can definitely use like some scatter stuff. You can scatter them across, but honestly, making feathers, making hair, using alpha cards in any situation, you just have to prepare yourself to do it by hand, and it's going to be long and tedious. That's just the reality. Yeah, cards. Bada knows what's up. I try not to do a lot of things with cards unless I absolutely have to, for obvious reasons. Cards are just a lot of work. I move the tail. She's got this kind of Slappy the Squirrel tail going on right here. We can fix that. Yeah, eyelash and eyebrow card. Yeah. Those thankfully you can draw by hand and you can get away with more there, but you still have to be really particular. Like with eyelashes, you have to have short ones, you have to have long ones. You have to have some that are separate, some that are clumped and crossing. You can also generate them by placing tubes, tons and tons of little tubes that look like little hairs, and then capturing them to a card. Man, that shit sucks. No fooling. Groomed and baked. Well, I guess if you wanted to do it the hard way, yeah, that's one way to do it. It's the King's theme. The Koopa King. All right, I'm going to smooth some of these edges. Actually, fun fact, you don't really need to smooth these edges. Here's why. If you're working super low poly, you can just use your clip curve. And you can just clip curve pretty much anything you want. And it will pretty smoothly move that shape for you. I never realized this song was so long. Went through a hair cards era, tried a bunch of different methods, only to find out the best way for me was to just make them manually in ZBrush. It's super tedious, but I've actually come to enjoy it. Fiber Shop is great for generating textures. Yeah, Fiber, I use ZBrush to generate hair cards, and I use Fiber Mesh to create all the hair. Because you can basically groom it in ZBrush. I mean, ZBrush has like, has grooming tools. And you can just groom all the fibers. And then you can set up all the stuff. Bake all your maps. And then you can set up your hair cards. Fiber mesh is unwieldy if you're trying to make like a full groom of a character. But I'm talking like you set up a single like plane and then you put some fibers on it and then you have the fibers go straight up or straight down to create like a hair card, just a basic hair card. Then you place the cards later by hand, like you're saying, the actual hair cards. You know what? I bet we can actually do our colors now that we have Dabuba covered up. Yeah, that's how I've done it in the past. Kind of glad I didn't add a bunch of detail to her shoulders now that I'm thinking about it. Because she wears a fucking coat. That I agree with. I'm that kind of artist. I do shit that people won't even know is there. That's part of the art. Part of the charm of making art. It's part of what I pride myself on is doing the work and doing it well. I might actually try to do the more stylized version of her. I have a super stylized pixel art version of this character. And I'm like, maybe I should try and do a really cartoony version of her. That could be really cute. I like this version, don't get me wrong. Here's a feature I liked about my design for her. Doesn't quite have hooves for hands. So she's supposed to have like blackened fingertips that kind of allude to the idea that there's a what is this pivot? Probably. Probably be a darker color like that. Oh yeah. When people notice, yeah, that's what I call being an artist's artist. When you make work for other artists, the stuff that only other artists are going to notice. He's shit posting. That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. That's way too dark. Here's my advice to you. You're a sculptor and you're working with color. Try not to make everything like solid black if you're actually working with color. $20? Hell yeah, dude. You know we like more around here. Bigger is better. Yeah. Yeah, off black if you have to use it. A steel blue. A steel blue is good. Dark red. Very, very dark, dark red. Especially if you're working with characters or any sort of character art style stuff. I don't know if this reads in 3D as well as it does in 2D. But she had these like ringlet eyes, but it kind of just makes her look like she looked through binoculars and someone put makeup on them. Maybe. All right, I vibe on that song. It's a good song. Holy shit, I thought it was not as late as it is. Not like I have to be anywhere, but I would like to be up in the morning. I think the eyebrows are a bad idea. I got a better idea. Quote unquote. They're double-sided. Most are just dumb meme things. I mean, those are sometimes the best. 20 is a lot, to be fair. I do agree. I do agree the creativity comes at night. You're not wrong. But, unfortunately, Mrs. Merc is still working during the day, so at least for 30 more days. Her contract ends at the end of July. I'm going to kind of give her this lipstick kind of idea. Very gently. Elude the mouth. I will say that's one thing I was enjoying about Schlow's latest pieces. The great texture work. It's adding a lot of extra kind of vibrance. So yeah, I'm vibing on that. I'm vibing. I'm that's mine now. I made this. Yo, Elden Ring. Yeah, you gonna die a lot. All right, we vibing. She's looking good. Oh, I'm super tired. Yeah. Yeah, I just realized what time it was. I'm probably gonna go to bed soon. That's what Kendo would want, wouldn't he? Nah, I like the thin ones. I like those ones better.
Wow!
Yo, thank you for that gift sub. Thank you, thank you. Jay Haas, you've been very generous. Much appreciated. Let me finish up some of the facial work here. Then I'll do a snooze. But only because everyone asked so nicely. An idea, huh? God damn. Mailing. Mailing, calm down. It's all so loud. I got you. Thank you very much for those bits. Oh, it's the king. I love the king. Wait. Wait, can we do it? Ah, Zora's domain. I mean, Big Yoshi will fall on him. Goodbye, my king. True, though, big is better. That's a fact. Cold, hard, fact. Yeah, I gave her the giant. Let's do like a smidge darker. I gave her the big eyebrows. The big eyebrows. Well, that controller's dead. Is it possible to call 10 Yoshi one by one? You could, yeah. You can call Yoshi back to back. I think if you call, yeah, if you call 10 Yoshis, they will stack, but we will only see one Yoshi. Yoshi can only appear once, but the audio can play multiple times on top of itself. Beautiful. Oh wait, did I limit the command? You might be right. I may have put a limit on it. It has a 30-second limit. Yeah, I think I did limit it. I can remove it, and we can see what happens. I'll give you your points back. Give me a second. Big Yoshi. The king. Yeah. I think that's why I limited it. Okay. Calm down there, Yosh. All right, I'll give you your failed coin back. Your chaos coin. Yeah. I'm not sure. Well, they don't overlap properly, so I think that's why I locked it. Because it's more fun to actually see Yoshi and not just hear the song 30 times in a row. But if you guys want me to unlock it, I can do it. Yeah, that's exactly what'll happen. By roll. No, I need to fix this by hand. I had to just leave this. Do it the proper way. I don't know where it's locked, though. Let me look. It shouldn't actually be locked, if I remember correctly. Big Yosh. Learning English on stream? Hell yeah. I'm glad we can help with that, too. Metal Gear Solid Death Sounds? Absolutely. Yeah, that's a must. Well, good. Yeah, I'm glad that's been helpful. That's awesome. All right, let me see. Big Yosh. Big Yoshi. Wait, is it really? Is it really locked? I don't think there's actually a cooldown for Big Yoshi. Let me try. Let me try. Hold on. I'll answer the question in a second. Big Yoshi. Welcome back, lurkers that are trying to figure out where that sound's coming from. Sorry, we were experimenting. Seattle's very nice. Yeah, Seattle's a nice city. Fortunately, I think Seattle has a homeless problem. A lot of West Coast American cities do. What happened to the middle of her eye? You seeing that? Oops. Material. Oh, there it is. Is it one of the safest cities? There's safer cities. There's areas of Seattle that are super safe. Yeah, no doubt. I would say Seattle's safe though, but it's safe in terms of like it's American safe, which means it still runs all the risks that you run. But yeah, I know some people who love Seattle, though. I have a friend who lives there. Nah, that's too much. That's too much. Your sister works for Google in Seattle. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Polly on that. Um Safety for a lot of things is relative. Like there's going to be bad areas of cities, there's going to be good areas of cities. But I've lived in quite a few places. The hell am I doing? Thank you for that follow. Welcome in. Hello. Well, to be fair, it was New Jersey. New Jersey has a reputation. You're not entirely wrong. Yeah, super safe and crazy dudes can still exist in the same place. I think the cost of living in the US is a serious problem. That's one of the big problems we have right now. But part of that stems from not just the cost of living, but the cost of healthcare. Healthcare can be very expensive in the US, depending on the kind of healthcare you want or expect or need. For example, the cost of having children is quite expensive. Yeah, you're not wrong about New Jersey getting a bad rap. It definitely does. And to be fair, a lot of that happens to a lot of states. Same kind of shit with New York. Like, New York is not New York City. New York is actually a huge state. It's massive. And upstate New York is really nice. There's some really nice areas of it, but people think of New York City when they think of New York, and it's like that's like a small part, a very small part. Yeah, my brother lives in upstate New York. He moved out there with his girlfriend. They run a pie shop. You think he found out what was causing the crashes? It was a corrupted subtool. Even trying to load the past quick saves was crashing ZBrush. Dang. Yeah. I'm glad you figured it out, Squid. Yeah, sometimes Z projects are really scary because they get corrupted really easily because there's so many things going on and they're so big. Yeah, to be fair, a lot of places that are the capital, like the capital, Sacramento of California, that place is a shithole. Oops. Let me mirror this. Wait, do you have to turn on posable symmetry to do this? Hold on, let me try this. Activate symmetry. Oh shit, it won't be symmetrical. Crap. Because I'm using the old version of her face. Damn, 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 damn. Okay. Shoot. Actually, that was risky. We do some fixing. Would have done this a long time ago. Looks like she has a black eye. Let me fix that by... There we go. Mirrored the poly paint. This one's using a material, but what if... If I brighten it up? Perfect. Nah. Paste. Going to... Did that sound not play? Did my guy leave us fucking hanging right there, dude? Did Shulk not? Shulk? Unacceptable. Do you have to learn Max or Blender first before getting to ZBrush? No, you can just jump into ZBrush and start sculpting. You don't need to learn any other program beforehand. It helps to have a basic understanding of how poly modeling works. That's probably something you want to have some information on at some point. But no, it's not a requirement. All right, hold on. Damn, Shulk, calm down. One more for the road. There you go. All right, Squid. I got you back. We know Scamma. No Scamma in these parts. Man, this material feels wrong. Oh, what are these materials, dude? Soft shade is not bad. Yeah, I think the eye makeup worked. Which one is this? Hold on. Soft spec. Okay. I haven't done color stuff in a while, so my material stuff is super lacking in ZBrush color. Oh, you know what we could do? Not that. The tones are kind of cool. Kinda. Kinda. What if we just use 30? Yo, thank you for the follow. Sir Goyabao. Welcome in, welcome in. Jehaz, have a good lunch. You kind of right, you kind of right. I probably should. Not yet. Not yet. Bye, Jehaz. Thanks for hanging out. I think it should be a version of this. But just toned way the hell down. She's got that nice specular though. Yo, real talk, turning that one off is almost the way to go. Let's do just soft skin. All right, let's fill in her arms. Does this goofy ass arm unfilled in? All right, here we go. Oops, turn that off. T. Blair, do I also teach? Yes. So I regularly answer questions on stream. If people have questions about stuff, I'm always happy to answer questions. As well as I'm in the process of putting together some tutorials, and I'm going to be starting to put together some structure for a future class I'll be running. The classes are a little more advanced, so if you're looking for just like general guidance and help, you can just come into stream and ask about it. No problem. All right, let me make a folder here called armor. Do some kind of At some point, I plan to do like some free classwork stuff just on Twitch, where like I'll reach a certain point in a project and I'll save that section, maybe UVs, texture baking, that kind of stuff, and I'll go through my process on stream. That's another thing I've been thinking about doing. Scooch back. Okay. Then you can do masking. And if you mask cavities, or mask by AO, that is not looking good at all. Probably gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Yeah, that could work. That could work. Turn those off for now. All right, I think we brought her pretty good ways away from what we had earlier. She looking good now. But I'm super sleepy. I am gonna go to bed, but I'll be back probably later today, actually. Probably be streaming again in the afternoon Pacific Standard Time. So yeah, if you're around and you want to chill, I'll be streaming. If not, I'll probably be on again tomorrow night, same time. So around this time, and 7 hours before now. So yeah, we'll be doing a lot more streaming. So we'll come back. We'll work on her. We might work on some other projects. Unsure what we're going to be working on. But if nothing else, we'll be back on our dear girl here. All right, friends. I'm actually sleepy, so I'm not going to blow the stream up tonight. I'm just going to say, if you enjoyed the stream, yeah, Boopa forever. You got it. If you enjoyed the stream, throw a follow. It helps out. If you really love the stream, subscribing always super duper helps.